Hey guys, so just getting ready to start another GG Masters again in 3 minutes time. We kick off. So this is attempt 3 with 2 deep runs and 2 caches so far. But I just thought I'd check out this staking feature. And yesterday I actually managed to sell my shares in the last hour. So I thought I'd give it another shot. Just want to be part of this community. It's like great. I used to do this a very long time ago, and poker staking at the beginning of my career is what actually elevated me to the next level and put me in games that I never would have had the opportunity to play in. And yeah, it helped me really take my game to the next level. And so let's see how it goes this time. So again, I'm not really doing it for the stake, more for the challenge. It's just going to make me play a lot better, having people rooting for me and the added pressure of performing. I'll really be trying my absolute hardest. So let's give a quick shout out to my stakers, Be Still, who backed me yesterday as well. Um, he's got the lion's share of 76% shares. So basically sold 90%. And then we've got Road to Finish with 8%, XDY 4%, and we've got two 1%. Canducio, Arena Throve. So like I say, 2 deep runs in a row. Hopefully we can final table it soon. So let's hope we get a better start than we did yesterday. On hand number 2 yesterday I get pocket aces and had to make a sick fold on the river. Flushes got there, straights got there, the board was paired, it was just absolutely brutal. So 10's first hand versus a UTG Open. The blinds are still quite small. We have to free bet because we've got to take... We need the information to see what he's raised with. Also prevent these free bets behind us because we'd really be in a tough position calling out of position there. So straight into the action first hand. Let's just put a 10 on the flop. See, of course, the UTG Open can be very strong. In early stages of this tournament, I've literally got no information about this player at all. Of course, they could have anything, so I have to raise for the information. I need to know what they've raised with. If I get 4-bet, I guess I have to give them the benefit of the doubt. With just a call, I always have to c-bet that flop. If they've got ace-king or ace-queen, I think they 4-bet. And not only that, it's still way in our range, them hands, so I'm actually going to go with a over pot size bet here. I'd just like to take it down now, because we're not going to win a huge pot. Happy to take that one down. Because we're never going to win a huge pot with 10s there, with the ace on board. Just a little more. Right, I'm going to be very quiet this session. I'll explain key hands. Again, I'm going to c-bet here. I think I can check it sometimes actually. Very borderline. To see one more street, I guess. I think they would have bet a jack along before that. I'm going to go for the bluff steal here. They have to fold all their straights here. Take the first two pots, nice. So we've got a long process, a late registration of 165 minutes still. And there's only 370 players in the tournament so far. But that's going to get way up to like 1,500 minimum. On the button there, I might make that call. If you haven't noticed already, I want to be trying to play flops with this player with the wide V pip. They're quite aggressive and look like they don't mind gambling. But here, it's just too much of risk of getting re-raised after. I'm only going to be playing certain hands in late position. Just trying to find the perfect size in there. Too much and weaker hands can't call. They shouldn't have an ace here, especially calling so fast in the big blind there. They should be free betting if they have an ace. But we get snapped, and another ace comes, so that really don't make sense. But do we check and give them a free card? Now this is just a pot control bet to get them to check the river. 10 would be nice. Now they do have lots of 7/8s. There's no point in betting here. I literally just done that to keep the pot small in case they've got an ace. We could check here. I hope to see 7/8. A 10 wouldn't have been so nice. We literally get like, they get lucky on the flop and then to hit the other ace, but they only get an extra 2 big blinds. It's nothing pot. This is why I make them bets to keep the pot small, because if I do any check in there, they realise their equity and then they start betting. It's like they're going to make big bets with that hand. Like big bets. Could cost us half our stack if we just go into calling mode. So I like to just be the aggressor, especially because I've got position. But I'd already planned every scenario out there. I'm just trying to explain my play, but I don't think I'm going to do as much as that in this tournament. I'm just going to stay focused because I can always go over key hands. See that working out their hand range there as well. One thing I will say though, it's like raising. If they've got ace king, they're gonna 4-bet or 3-bet pre-flop. Ace queen, they probably are too. Ace jack's a tough decision. So the only hands that are really just calling is ace 10, which is why it was so hard to put him on an ace really. But calling with suited connectors, the snap call made more sense. But at least it didn't come 10, because that would have just been a disaster. I would be out of the tournament. I think while the blinds are low in relative to the stacks, I think this is a good time to play these hands and crack some aces one time. Not on that flop. Wrong shape and colour. We made a purr. Interesting. I really think all aces bet that flop. Some two pairs do check it though, in the hopes of filling up. Sometimes I would take a stab there, but doing it into three players is a bit too much. Plus, you're getting called by some queens of clubs and obviously the king of clubs. But I don't think the king of clubs checks that flop, so. But again, lots of sets and two pairs do. Just let them know that I was thinking about it with a 5 deuce. So we're 19 hands in, still at starting stack. It's all good. I think we must free bet here. But I think we get some ships here, which I don't know if I'll call yet. And I think we get 4 bet a lot, so I'm going to just call. See one more street, obviously. There's some merit in raising. Do I get him to check back? I think so. Bit of pot control again. Plus there's some bluffs here, like we have Jack Queen a lot more than he does. And the fact that they just call there tells me a lot of flush draws. I might have to 3-barrel bluff this. Luckily we don't have to, and we make some showdown value on the river. Now I really have to consider making a value bet here. I don't think he calls me with... What does he call on the flop with? Can be sometimes ace-10. That's the problem. Is it ever ace-king flush draws? I think I just have to take my showdown value here and check. It's why I made the turn bet in the first place. Plus if he's got king queen, yeah, he's not going to pay me off with that anyway. I'm happy with the river. But if I brick that there, I was 3-barrel bluffing. I was literally going to go all in with ace high. And I believe that it would have worked. He's not going to call me with pocket sevens unless he hits his straight. It wouldn't have been a very comfortable ship. I would have been like gritting my teeth, but you have to push there if he just calls. You've got to play your range, man. Well, that's a nice flop. We just don't want to see any more clubs, please. I think I can do some checking here. Let's do a very small bet because we do get check raise sometimes. But I really don't want them to get away here. And it would be ideal if one of them could make a straight. I'm making a bet size where it's very enticing to re-raise me. He's thinking about it. It's not the worst turn in the world. I think I'll try again. Again, need the information as well. Interesting. Now, does he have a full house? I really don't think so. Have they flopped a lower flush or a straight? I've got to go for max value here and protect my hand at the same time. If they just happen to have a full house there, it's just a cooler. And plus I'm never folding on the river whatever they bet anyway, so. I guess we did look very bluffy. I was trying to look bluffy. Because it's harder to get called by weaker hands there. I mean, it's a very strange, very hard spot to extract in there. A couple of nice hands in a row, see if we keep it up. A standard open. And I think we do a standard c-bet here. Trouble is their stack size, they're really going to push if they've hit that king. But I think this gets through a hell of a lot. For 2.5 big blinds to win 8.1. Come on, baby. This is how we do, man. Playing like this is key at the later stages of the tournaments, knowing where you are, so it's a good start. In these last 3 tournaments I've been like on form, been so sharp, like I'm confident in my game, but I've been running so bad as well, like, come on, we just need to run good one time. Which is why I sold my action. Maybe I'll run better with other people's money. I think I'll throw a limp in here, UTG as well. Plus later on when I get big hands, like aces and kings, in the under the gun, I'm going to be limping in every time. So I don't mind doing some limp folds now to build their confidence in that play later. And we've got an easy call here. In fact, this is the perfect scenario why I limp, so we get to see a 4-way flop. If I was the aggressor, that wouldn't be a good thing, but we've got the super nut draw. If I was closing the action here, we could sometimes make a call. It would be a loose call too. But because we're not closing the action, we can still get raised here, so. Wouldn't have been the best run out anyway. Right, time to lock in. The only one who can have a better hand possibly, or any call in hand, is this player. The other two always 3 and 4 bet with stronger hands than this, but can still call with like 8s and different pocket pairs now. But again, happy just to take that down and show some aggression, just also testing what their opening range is. So their opening range is the strongest hand there out of the 3, trust me. Like they're always re-raising with better hands than that. So them just flatting tells me I'm getting through them. don't really want to get through. I want to get called and build a stack there. Get called by ace queen, ace jack. The other option is to min raise or make like just a standard raise, but then all three of them call, and then you never know where you are on any flop. It's like, get your money in while you're good. Plus we have the stacks covered, like it's only risking half of our stack. They've got to put their tournament life on the line. And hopefully we can stay in this position throughout. Like, we don't want to in them late. Like yesterday, I got deep into the money and then just went absolutely card dead for like 2 hours. The best hand I've seen out of like 50 hands was like ace 4. But today's a different day. We're going to run like God today. Well, we always have to make one C bet. We show just the ace. Like I've explained 100 times, you always have to make one C bet there. We're always taking at least one stab at every pot we play. We're going to be the aggressors. And it's a lot harder to take it after two checks and trying to steal it on the river. Just bet the flop, take it down. If you get called or check raise, you just shut down. So this is like, I really have to open with this hand, obviously. It's a tough decision given their stack size. If they had a deeper stack, I'm calling. But there's not really no implied odds. It's like the amount of times that I do outdraw him, I don't get paid off massive. It's like, let's have a look in big blinds. It's like 5 big blinds to try and win 62. I've got to literally hit the perfect flop. And plus they're free betting a lot with king queen and ace queen, so even though it's a very pretty hand, would have been a pretty flop too. I'm always calling behind. Like if he's got any ace for example, I'm still behind, and then I'm calling behind out of position, and then also on the flop, even with a nice flush draw and a pair, if he's got an ace, we're still behind. We're still only like 33%, however good it looks. So then you calling, just chasing. Like it's not the way to do it. And as a rule, I'm really not going to be opening this tournament much with hands like that unless I'm prepared to call the free bet. So that was like the bottom of my opening range there. If I'm in position, it's a different story. So pretty easy call really. Min raise. I think we lead on most flops so. Yeah, I think we lead here. I control a little bit. Find out where we are too. Nice. It's actually why I open for so small, because this hand is very vulnerable to free bets. But I am in position. They have got a huge stack. But it's early yet, I'm just going to throw the one fold in there. Well, it's very borderline, but I'm just going to throw the fold in there. So you really don't know where I'm at there. And if he has got kind of like kings or queens, I think he gets away after that flop. We're only really getting action there from ace king and ace queen, which was got us crushed. Now against Crazy Fish it's a different story. I'm going to do the little, just a min click free bet, just because we are in position and we want to stay that way. If we just call, we get more calls behind here, and then we're not in position all of a sudden. We don't mind one call. They should be re-raising ace king and ace queen, so not the greatest flop. There's lots of king queens there. They're the kind of ranges that they just call with on the button there. So we get an easy fold here now. But the raise pre-flop is just to literally control Crazy Fish here. But like I say, ace king and ace queen is not in their ranges here, but king queen is like massively in their range. Plus all the little suited connectors like that just also got there. I think these nuts has king queen, and I think Crazy Fish might be flushing. Flushing is the only thing that makes sense for Crazy Fish. Maybe like had the king 8 of hearts though. Table move, I actually like that. That was a very nitty table, and so many small stacks that makes it hard to raise pre. They're always just going to re-raise with better hands and fold worse. There was only 2 stacks there that were like giving any action. See what this table's like. But we're way above average and it's early days, so everything's good. Short break soon, and on the next break I'm turning my mic off for a bit. I'm just going to get in the zone and concentrate. So the only thing we were beating there was a flush draw on the flop, which got there, which I don't think was folding on the turn unless we bet massive. Just have to let this one go. It's only like, it's not a severe stack, so. I don't know why, but I think they had pocket tens there. I think they think that they were bluffing with the best hand. Sometimes I can go super crazy and check raise that river because they fold in some flushes too. But we're not at that point yet. Gotta have the blue light blockers for these long sessions. So it's been quite a dry start for the first levels and still managed to build a good stack. I've actually got more chips than I had like 6 hours deep into it yesterday. I was struggling around the 10 big blind mark for hours. Let him call with ace queen. Wouldn't have liked that flop. Just intuition told me to do that. It's like they flop a set of nines there, we catch an ace on the turn. Now that was showing, and showing aggression is a big factor too. Like we get people to shove all in here now against us. Oh well, I'm never just limping in there. Not this hand, especially because we're falling out of position again now. It's nice to be on the burn. But soon I'm going to start getting aggressive in these areas now. So my goal right now is like to stick around 50 big blinds for the hopefully the remainder of the tournament. Obviously the later stages that would be absolutely great, but for at least the next 4 or 5 levels, let's stay above 50 big blinds. Which gives us a lot of room for play in these next 3 levels. So no need to force any action. Stick to the program. But it's time to lock in. Always defending for 1 BB. I was just going to say I love this feature about being able to do this. And this is a great spot to lead to. Keep control for 1.2 big blinds. And the reason why I've done that is so I can make some calls here. Like really any 3 or any 5. I don't know, something's telling me to fold though. I'm locking in, man. Yeah, that would not have been a good run out. But very close, was we nearly flopped a straight there. That would have been well worth the 1 big blind. So now I'm going to start playing my hands. It's that people are quite tight pre-flop, I've noticed. I'm going to start playing my hands in position more. Another 91 minutes of reg, but this is getting to the time where it's a good spot to accumulate chips. Good time. I like that the players to my left have got a similar stack size at the moment though, because that makes the pressure quite equal, and I can put the pressure on them. Here comes a new reg. So people still buying in, getting their starting stack. So we've got 1.5 of a stack. Always calling for the min. See, sometimes I can lead here, but the sizing's strange. I think we fold for a few different reasons here. Give them the benefit of the doubt just this one time, but sometimes I can check raise here, especially to that sizing. And we are going to be doing plays like that eventually, so let's put a fold in there. So even when I ain't like with the 8-9 there, even when I haven't got the best hand, I'm always thinking of scenarios to win the pot. You've always got to do that. So if we see that flop, we flop top two and we're out. This is an easy decision. With that sizing and opening and such a short stack, it's an automatic fold. Because if these have any nice hands, they're going to try to isolate them, and we just get stuck in the middle and just give away big blinds. But not only that, they're not opening in any intention of ever folding the hand. I think 600 is perfect size in here. 2.4. If they ship it, I'm snapping. Same. Gotta like that flop. Sometimes they flop 2 pair, but I can't give them any chance to outdraw me here. I think I just have to rip it, especially given their stack size. Happy just to take it. We had the blockers if they had the 9, obviously. If they've got the 9, we've got the straight blockers, but let's charge them. Now another little tip when I'm betting there, right? Obviously my shove puts it, I'm effectively only betting 4,000. Now if I was bluffing, I would actually bet the 4,000. But when I want them to call, I'm always going to do the all in to make it look like a bluff, like, because it's unnecessary, right? I know. I know it gives me like the smallest. It's only going to work the smallest of times, but the position's just awful. Too many people to act behind, and their low VPIP is just like, you've got to respect that. If they're only playing 11% of their hands, then that 11% is higher than A7, right? Sometimes you just have to respect the VPIPs, even though it's only a short sample. It's how they're playing this session so far, right? And looking around, everyone's got a low VPIP, like on the highest, which is always normally going to be the case, but that's good. Like I was always calling the 1 for a defender. Can literally flop 2 pair with any 2. This is why I don't open for them in with aces there, because you're always giving the big blind chances to crack you. And so many people in tournaments crying that they got their aces cracked by some random hand because you give them the right price to call pre-flop. I'd much rather limp in with aces there than raise min. You got more chance of getting raised when you limp in. Just another little tip. Wow, we're getting like a one, two, three, four, five-way pot maybe. No. Hmm. Sometimes I would rip it here because if we can get through Francis, we definitely get through the other ones and then get. But I'm just gonna call. We need some very specific flops though. That was almost one of them. The deuce in the window was actually nice. The other two, not so nice. Plus, we're way out of position. But for literally 1.4 big blinds to try and win 10, and the possibility of flopping a monster all day long, it's a call. Nothing going on there, no implied odds for anything backdooring. No fold equity, easy decision. We want some easy decisions, but we want no-brainer ones like with pocket aces. I take that back, we don't need aces, just give us some playable hands. See, this is a tricky time to try and play any kind of two cards because you've got short stacks just jamming all in places. So this is why position's so important. Trying to call out a position with like 9 10s and different funky hands. You're just bleeding in the long run to all these shoves that you have to fold to and different plays. But I keep saying it, but hopefully we're getting some hands in position soon where we can just take control. But still a long way to go. Survival is everything right now. Gonna have to do some magic. Must be nice, right? We want to run like that later deep in the tournament, and there's like 27 players left. So not only the worst hand, but in the worst position. 7 deuce UTG. About the easiest decision you should ever have in poker. Unless there's a 7 deuce bounty, of course. Always defending for one there, and it's actually a decent flop. A little controlling bet, 1.7 into 5.3. Now, I have to like that as well. If they have jacks, they re-raise me there. So I think this gets through now. Not so keen on that call. Really have to bluff here though. Make them folds like the ace sixes and ace fives, which is what I'm putting him on there. Maybe pocket eights or nines, but it's never a jack. You're always raising on the flop with a jack, and then another jack comes, which makes me more convinced he hasn't got a jack. Weren't too pleased with the queen, but can you really just call with two overs like king queen? I don't think so. More locked into the pairs there. See another flop with him for no cost. Yeah, I'm going to lead that. They're always raising an ace there. Getting called by some flush draws and kings, but it's unlikely. We'll take the big blinds. See, a lot of people go for the steal pre-flop there, but I like to. You get more information there by letting them super fast check. Is just like they've almost give up, right? If he's got any ace there, he's going to protect it, like pre-flop, so. Pretty standard steal. See, now they just can't wait to get it in with ace queen. Wow. Our time will come, we'll win some big races soon. But we're not trying to do that. 57 big blinds. What's that fucking unicorn thing then? What the fuck was that? Am I tripping balls, or did my flag just turn into a flying unicorn for a split second? I'm guessing that happens when you move table then. I've never noticed that before. Don't know. So another new table. It's nice that we've got, again, stacks to our left that have got stacks. I like that. Some decent stacks all around, really. That's good, it makes for more play, more flops, and less shoving pre-flop. It's just a little more skillful, so. We would have had to call the 1.1. Again, priced in. They saved us 1.1. Thank you, sir. So if I get like two callers here, I should call. But with just one, no. So he just saved us. Maybe this time the prices is in. Even now, sometimes we can still call. It's 1.5 to win. 6.5, and you can pretty sure. What's their free bet looking like? Hmm. But now's a good chance to see flops with hands like that because you don't really get a chance later in stages. And it's really getting to the end of. Wow. We've still got lots of play though with 446. Hmm. On the button. It's only 2.1. Hand's got a lot of potential with the right flops. That's not one of them. But again, we're getting a lot of these jacks, and jacks are one of them cards that really shouldn't be in the range very often. We might get some steals here. Obviously, some players check jacks to us there. We have to respect that bet though. If they checked, I'm probably going for a check for a steal there. Really only getting called by flush draws. And obviously a jack, but yeah. Now, if anyone does have the jack, it's generators. Because they would check the turn like that. I'm glad they saved me a bluff there because I don't think tens are folding. It's probably the borderline hand that isn't folding. Like, you probably get eights maybe to fold. And then when another jack comes on the turn, it's so hard to represent jacks, right? And we've got to open with this, but we don't go to 2.1 and price people in. We just put that extra little bit. And another reason why I do that extra little bit is so when we get free bet here, we can actually fold. Now, to someone with a 16% VPIP and a 5% free bet, I know it's only a 48 hand sample, but you think they're free betting 5% of the time. That's always stronger than King Jack. With a 16% play rate and only a 5% free bet rate, that is like so strong. And they didn't even think about it. And we're out of position. Easy fold there. Really nothing we can do, man. We need some bloody luck one time. Yeah, the VPIP's starting to drop down now, but that's natural for this stage of the tournament. Another dry level. 10 minutes to go, another break. So now we're having a few dry levels and nothing really happening. We've had no spots either to make it happen. We're down to 41 big blinds. Just below average stack, which ain't too bad. Like, there's still people registering for another 63 bloody minutes. So it's still all about survival, but having a nice run within the next few levels can put us in a strong position. Come on, man. That's not it. We make a too high flush. I think it's good. We obviously defend here. I'm thinking about free betting. I don't think I do. I think I trap some aces that I'll flop here and keep the pot small. That's not one of them flops, right? Can do some check raising here. The sizing's strange though. The sizing's very strange. Gonna have to force some magic soon. Right, in position. See how this one goes. UTG open. If we get a few calls in here, it's always a call. If everyone folds, there's some merit to free betting sometimes. I think we can just call. Getting a very good price too. Right, should have the best hand a lot here. They're opening with jacks, queens a lot. Ace, queen, ace, jack. Nice. Trouble with their so if they shoveled in there, I have to fold because the only hands that a player with a V pip like that would do it with is king queen. They never open in with king 10 under the gun there. It's quite a problematic hand, king jack. So that I'll take it. Their range there is like jacks, queens, ace queen. Then it's king queen. And maybe like under pairs like eights, nines. So obviously ace rags, ace 10 as well. Which is why I didn't free bet pre-flop, because if I do, they're just going to jam all in, and then we probably have to fold. So because we're suited and connected and in position, it's nice just to see a flop, which goes pretty much the same for this hand. If they all fold, it comes to me, I'll open for the min. Again, we can just call, see what happens behind us. We've still got 3 bets behind us, potentially. Sometimes I can take it on this flop, but the only thing that should really call here is flush draws. Should never have an 8 in their range. They can have some bluffs here. Given our 2 checks. They do have some bluffs there, given our 2 checks. A lot. The trouble is they also do check that. They never check the 8s to us actually. The last thing we want to see is a 7 on the river. Now this should be good all the time. They should never have 9-10. think I was good on the turn. But we really can't ask for a better river than that. The fact they're delaying is kind of messed up. But if they check we're going all in, obviously they've only got... It's not our tournament life on the line, but it is theirs. Do they ever have full houses here? Like, they should never really, right? His opening range there should always be two big cards. Surely he's missed a flush draw. Could have ace-8. Could have ace-8. Yeah, they've never got anything there. That's a nice little hit though, just before the break. Puts us into a much stronger position. And back on 4. I kind of knew they were going to do that with such a short stack. I've always got to go for the attempt to steal there. Like, always got to do it. Especially with an ace, right? No. I've got a call. Just priced in. Deuce me. 5 me. 5? Just priced in, totally. It's like I should just... I'm effectively trying to put him all in. They're shoving with any two with that half a stack. It's like... At this level, they're in the critical stage. Like, they're shipping any two. King, queen, king, jack suited. Just a bad time to get an ace on the button, really, when everyone's folded. But it was only like, what, not even 10% of our stack, so at the time. We're still double starting stack, and people are still buying for starting stack, so that's cool. In fact, we're still above average stack, so it's all good. If we can just cruise above average stack now for the rest of the tournament, I'll be happy. But we're due to run good one time as well. Yesterday I got my hand all in like 4 or 5 times with the best hand and lost every race. That's the first time I've got it in behind for such a long time. In fact, that's the first time in 3 tournaments. And effectively, I'm not getting it in behind. I'm calling. But yeah. Got me fucking talking to myself, that hand. The reason why I've done that is if bigger stacks ship, I can fold sometimes. If any of these shorter stacks ship, I'm already in, basically. It's time to win a race, man. They have got a low VPIP. Like, they are quite tight. Wow, how do they fold there? Well, how do they open with that stack size and then fold? Unbelievable. Like, I'll take it. That was quite unbelievable. What a super nit. You gotta get a tag for that, man. That's like exploitable, really. I ain't even got a colour code for super nit. If they made a like they've got some decent tournament winnings. If they made a soul read though and folded ace 10, it's great. Now these short stacks just get it in so much. Oh, come on guys, man. I think I have to bet just a little bit. Maybe he just rips it all in pre-flop. Now we make the kind of bet where he has to commit himself. Sometimes I can check raise, but there's actually enough in the pot. Now he should never just call this. He should go all in or fold. Yeah, we never... Could have got trappy there, but there's actually enough in the pot. Like, sometimes I can check that flop. I think he checks behind super fast though. I don't think he bets that flop. And if they do, they probably don't then call the check raise all in. So, just put them to the test. I think I just call here because they've been calling pre-flop a lot. And we've got a lot of like equity with this hand. Yeah, and like earlier, it's a decent flop. They should never have an ace here. And if we get called by a 6 or a 7, we've still got the 2 overs and draws going on. Now more outs too. I think we bet again just a min to control pot. Because if we check, they're always betting there. No, it should never really be 5-8, and they took so long to call on the turn. I think I have to bluff this. Just under pot. Oh wow. They should never really have an ace there. It's just so strange. But again, they can make that call. It's just messed up on them turns, and like everything got there. I can't have no showdown value there at all. Like I've got to bet on that river, which is why I bet the turn, to tell the story on many rivers. I know that river can never help them, which it don't. Kind of a sick call. I don't know how they call that, to be honest, but oh well. But it's time to try and make something happen, man. It's like, if I raise pre-flop, which I should, like, again, just a situation where I'm forced into the hand, really. I think I do some betting here. Like all the kings should have bet already. The only one I'm really worried about is Gamble Light here now. Like, I knew they'd call me. Let's just spike a 5 here, but we can just shut down now. Like if we're ever gonna nick this, it's now. Now that we've made showdown value, we can definitely check, and I think I'm good here now. But they do have 8-9 sometimes as well, like calling with the draw now they've made a pair. But let's just see the river here. I really don't want to see a 10 again. That's nice. Now they're never going to believe us here, so that's actually a good run out. Now it could be payback time. That's like a blocker bet, and I know exactly why they make that blocker bet, to induce a bluff. Not to only induce a bluff, but they kind of expect it now, and the reason I'm not going all in is so it looks more like a bluff, like I've saved myself 1,000. I think it gets me called more, and now I'm going to say thank you. Could have got a call. Well, good fold. So they do. So I do have some fold equity. I was just thinking the hand where they could. So we're back to either. That's like. Come on, it's time to just run fucking good one time, man. It's time to clock in. Well, I like the sizing. And then we're forced to call. It's only like two more big blinds, right? Ace me. Come on, baby. Ace. Well, we make a pair. Again, he's got like 3,000 chips. Again, another hand that we're forced into. I can just fold under the gun, right, with ace. It's just an ace. My win ratio for winning races is just crazy, crazy bad. It's time to get on the other end of the spectrum. Still, again, this is like the third tournament now where I've just grinded through. That is like, yeah, that bluff maybe. But that's literally the first bluff I've been caught in 3 tournaments. The amount of times it's kept me alive. And then I made it back from the bluff anyway. It's just the running in the flips. See, we were almost priced in again there to just call anyway. We've still got 27 big blinds and there's still people entering with less chips than we've got, so I believe I was at this exact point in the last two tournaments. Managed to get into the cash, so but we've really got to force something to happen here now. It's time to make the magic. Yeah, there's the little flying unicorn again. So this is going to be our table. And we're on the button next hand. This is where I've got to open up now. Quite low V pips here in these three positions, which is good. Indicates a lot of folding going here, so we can come in and just be aggressive now, hopefully. Queen's dead, man. To a chop with a 5 of diamonds. Wow! Wow, that is unbelievable. They were drawing dead to a chop to a 5 of diamonds. They had 0.15%. Even the person who got to split the pot with the queens was like, what the fuck? If everyone goes all in there, they all split the pot with a straight flush on the board. Unless someone's got the 6 of diamonds, obviously. Just thinking, what did we have? Oh, we didn't have anything. We don't even have cards. Wow, there's some action on this table. Maybe we've mown one in and GG Poker have put us on a good table. I want to try and just get it in pre-flop here. Against some stack sizes anyway. Versus any opens or moves here I'm shoving. Now I'm thinking of just calling to induce a shove around here. Let's just rip it. With that flop we'll take it. guess we were never getting paid by that anyway, once that turn come. But we should never really have an ace there. I was trying to play it sneaky, induce a bet on the turn. But we'll take that while needed right now. Can almost call there. If I'm suited, I am calling. It's time to get in the play some flops and steal some big blinds. Not this spot. Queen 10 I would have raised. Yeah, and I was just thinking it's about time Crush Jan got in the pot. Just building an image. Got to do everything you can. No, it just looks like a blatant steal, right? Sometimes with some holdings, that's why you just shove here. With like, if you got an ace blocker or something. Like, cross chance should never just be calling their pre, they should be pushing or folding, in my opinion. Hmm. They've got basically a pot size bet, and we was going to steal there, so we just got blocked. I think they've been disconnected, and hmm, pretty sure these two. I don't actually mind taking a flop with Tricks Father. Yeah, we'll take the steal. Not feeling this one, and plus it's not good to take. Not a nice hand to take a flop with. If they do call, and these are never calling, they're pushing or folding. But permanently looking for spots now, like every hand. So this is a stage where position is everything. Position is more important than your card holdings right now, to some extent. So they should be shipping with According to their VPIP, I'ma say pocket jacks minimal, maybe tens. Wow, as low as sixes. I guess they've got to. See, against the UTG Open, that shows some strength, and then this has just made our decision for us. We're pretty much always shipping here. We don't mind getting called by any pocket tens or lower, but it's nice to get called by ace jack in different hands. We also don't mind taking it down, but it's time to make a move. Time to take a stand. Especially with all this dead money and the pot to folds. One time, baby. That was the stack I was more worried about. He was the strongest hand there. I mean Trix Faber, he was the only one that can have the strongest hand. Lightman's always raising with better, etc. Let's just run good one time. We haven't run a race in like 10 flips. Ace me. Come on. Hold. 95%, no king. Sweet, one time, baby. Did we just use our one time though? Now we've got a fighting chance. A few more of those. We'll run really deep. Yeah, I said to be cruising at 50 big blinds was good. We've dropped below, but now we're back on schedule. So, let's just write this. Now we've got room for some play too, and like decent stacks around us. These two stacks make it a little bit awkward, but at least our plays either get folds or shoves. Like this could be a spot. We're not going to try and take advantage of it straight away. Plus they do have a lot of shoves, and we're just wasting a raise, but... And because of these two stack sizes, Lyman and Trix Faber, we've got good implied odds, and it's like, I don't mind seeing flops with them when we're in position. The holdings ain't so important. They are obviously, but I'm gonna make the right moves to get my money in good a lot of the time, hopefully. But I don't really ever have a strategy necessarily. I just play every hand optimal as I can. Even though I do keep looking at the money, I don't let that affect my decisions in hand making. Wow, bit of a cooler there. Huge pot there, which just put Lightman into second, which is what I was just talking about. Like, we're in that position against them stacks to get a monster stack. and Lightman's just done the job there and just won a huge pot. And like, I didn't watch the hand play out all the way. I believe that Tricks must have got a bit sneaky. Tried to no, they've got the flush draw too. I guess they got it in. I don't know why they didn't get it in on the flop, to be honest, but so we have to min here. That's what we want. We don't want, the last thing we want is these short stacks because they shove on us. And even though we're suited, it has to be a fold. Now again, an awkward stack size where if they shove, it's pretty much a call. And even they ain't even got a pot size bet. Now we have to just put them all in, unfortunately, and hope that they didn't hit a king. Sweet. Like, the odds are against, obviously, so it's a good bet all day long. But I'm surprised they can just call that and fold, like with that stack size. I've seen that a lot today. But now the late reg is about to end. Then another break. And then let's run deep. He's had a hard time, wish him some luck. Don't hurt as if he wins the pot too. Keeps the chip circulation average. Will the sixes hold? Oh, it's not looking good. In fact, they're 2.38%. They're dead. Unlucky, man. Sometimes nearly priced in there again. Again, this is why when I do that race, I go for like the 2.4 at least. Because I want it to get through more when I'm trying to take the pot. I don't want to get called by some funky king eights just because they're priced in. I'd rather get called by real hands or folds or where it makes sense. And if you put that just extra point on to where they're not priced in with any two, you ain't got no understanding of what they've got. So it's tempting to take a flop with that. I'm glad I didn't after peeling the flop, but sometimes I'm going to be defending to that sizing. It's quite borderline, so you kind of need to randomise on that decision making there. Because even on, if you do it on that flop, sometimes then you've got a lead, like try and represent an ace yourself, or sometimes even check raise. Deep in this tournament, these plays are critical. Like, They'll either make you or break you. Like a steal here in my position, if everyone folded, it would have been a good spot to steal. Would it have worked? But even though our position is less believable, sometimes we get raised more, but like I would have definitely raised that, of course, at least 2.4. But there's no reason to call there, especially given the stack sizes behind us, like we commit ourselves. That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's to avoid disaster again. Wow, that's brutal. He hit the caught up with the flush draw and ended up with a pair of fives. He would have still beat us though. That's pretty sick, hey? Just checking on the averages. We're above average, it's all good. Day reg is finally over. Another cup of tea, some porridge. And I'm never checking my cards to see like, oh, what I've missed. I'm checking to see like what blockers and ranges I can work out in their hands. Oh, that was close. I need a butler or a maid would be better. I'm currently hiring. So let's smash it into 250, 300k this level. We let them steal it one time, but we make like a little bit of a deal out of it. Obviously, we can't defend with that. And they have got a low VP, but very low attempts to steal too. That was very borderline with all three options. We go again that little bit more because it's so strong UTG. No, the reason why we do it as well is so we can fold to some jams. But given their VPip, we really have to open with this hand here. It's hard to fold that, like, we've got to go for the open, right? We can never call. Given their VPip, they're always going to be so strong there. That's better. No. They telegraph that they've got a stronghold in. So we really don't want to just let them in the pot for free either. We've got no, this is just a one move. Protect our hand against these and just try and race against them. Jacks here. Oh, split. Oh god. Ace king, please. Sweet. Like, they should never really have an ace there. Never. And now, but it was flush draws, unfortunately. And they got there. It's just sick. There's nothing that we do beat but flush draws. Now, it's the kind of situation we were forced into as well. Like, we just have to make the fold here. I know diamond and I was checking to call. It's never a bluff. Sometimes it is the ace, and maybe that did actually save us, the club. Because I was calling all in, like, it makes no sense. So that was an attempt, like, just gone wrong. But it's 8-9 suited, we've got to play the hand. Everyone folds to us. It's a blind on blind situation. It's just sick again. No luck at the right time. But we're still in. we'll get back on track like we always do. Talking to myself there. But yeah, I was betting for value and for protection at the same time with that nine. Like they should never have an ace. So they should always raise me and protect their ace in the big blind, given their stack sizes and the different things, given their play. They should always just jam it there pre-flop with any big ace. So they're only calling with flush draws. So it can be an ace, but I mean, if I check, I'm always calling what they bet, so I'm better off just betting. Hopefully we don't have another horrible situation like that for a while. If they did have an ace, it was a very poor ace, but then they did fill up with full houses too. The clubs got there, we weren't beating nothing until them clubs got there. Like our nines could have been good, but maybe that club saved us. If anyone can have a seven, it's me, or the blinds. We get check raised if they do. Kings would have bet before. Sweet. That's like a five-way multi-way bluff, man. Well needed. That puts us up to. That was a nice pot, actually. Now we've got a tough decision. I think we can just let's see what we are in big blinds. It's one big blind. Let's just limp in here. Look at all them auto folds. That's sweet. Now we're in position. It's actually a great flop. It's likely they could have connected there too. Checking in the big blind, their range is so middle carded like that. Now again, we always bet the turn here, but more for pot control and value at the same time. Make him check the river, because he really could have any two. I think four big blinds is perfect half pot, plus it's a decent bet. This is what we need. Come on, let's get back in this. We're like two double ups away from going really deep in this now. We don't show that because even though it's a strong hand, it's kind of like going to confuse the fuck out of them because sometimes we obviously have to fold to shoves, so let's not give them any ideas. Now we've lost all the like short stacks. Everyone's got a decent stack. There's some good play poker here now. This is what I like. But people are still in the shove mode. So we got up to 50 big blinds, which is always like my goal, and then literally the levels went up. So we're just literally 10 minutes behind schedule, but we expect delays. We'll be right on time. It's always worth one big blind to hit the dream flop. We're still backdoor straighting and flushing. Sometimes it goes check check. We can dream. Wow, that's actually big, really big for us. We have to bet now. I'm gonna go for. That's a good size, and I like that. We can already have a made straight with our range. Unfortunately, we completely bricked that, which was very hard to do. And I can't really see another bluff. I'm going to shut down here. Lots of king queen flush draws did just call us and hit a pair of queens now. Like that might have been a blessing of heart there, might not have been good. Now, maybe we do get the tens to fold there, but wasn't too much to ask just for a heart or a free on the river, was it? Getting close to that bubble now, again. We're still above average, almost. It's all good. Again, I've done a very small bet on that turn. Very small bet. It was like 4, not even 4 big blinds. It was like 2.4. Have to raise with this when they fold round to me too. Don't really want to get it in with this, so I'm going to go a little larger to deter from the free bets. But then when they do free bet, it's always going to be nutted. We showed this one. Now we always just have to jam here. Always. It's as good as flops get with a hand like this. It's just our time. Because we don't mind getting folds, the blinds are actually good enough, and we don't want to let like funky straights get there. We could be behind to calls, but our equity is going to always be massive here. It's hard to brick it with this, man. Come on, one time. Unreal, man. Just sick. Just sick. Oh, we split. Wow. I only just seen that. I thought was there a split there. Oh yeah, the 7s and the 10s. Wow, we're still in it. Fucking hell. A club or a jack one time, man. Or a 9. And they do make a very brave call there, which is exactly like, I'll stand by my bet 100%. Yeah, they've got us out kicked by 1 notch, but we've got so much equity in that hand with straights and flushes. The trouble is they did have the blockers. Let's just have a little look at them. Like that was a really tough call for them to make. I'm surprised they made it, given their VPIP's a little high, I guess. I think I'll fold this one. So close to the bubble as well. That would have been a disappointing way to go out, to be honest. Just a caller. But I had options on the flop to just call, of course. But sometimes I can't. But then they win the hand. Like, I wouldn't have continued with no club, or the king would have killed it. Hmm. Sometimes I can open with that. It's a shame I'm not on the burn here. Now, even the average stack's only got like 26 bigs, so it's all cool. This is like everyone's in critical mode now. And with the bubble, like everything's intensified the pressure. And they keep giving us these very borderline decisions here. And if I'd have played all of them, I'd be out by now for sure. This is the time to run good so we can put the pressure on instead of being the ones under pressure. Again, every time we get to certain blind levels, they increase on us. We're not going to go for the steal here against that huge stack. They're going to defend so often. Just felt like a set-up opportunity, to be honest. Need to get in the zone now and concentrate. Trying to fucking concentrate, man. It's time to run good just one bloody time, man. At this stage, keep going card dead at this critical level for the third time in a row. Wow. It's coming though with you. If I keep putting myself in this position, this is the time. If you're ever going to run like God, this is the time. It's so easy just to turn 14 big blinds, even 10 or 8 big blinds into 100 in like 4 hands. But we've got like 5 people staking us at the moment, and just doing it for the experience really. I like to have the sweat. It makes me play a little better. There's a few times it's crossed my mind already, and yeah, I just love the challenge. I don't just want to go deep for me, but for the other 5 people who have put a little faith in me. So close to the bubble. Like if it folded, hopefully it just folds around to us. Their open is going to be like, it's at least king queen, I would guess. Sometimes a king jack, king 10 of hearts, or funky mid pairs. But they never fold into our all in here, and they've always got a better hand. So that was not the time. First card was good, second not so good. So let's just get into the money with 10 big blinds, and then just flip our way to a final table. And if not, there's another tournament. There's just no way around it in these events at this stage. You just need cards now. Like, you need a bit of luck. But keep putting myself in this position. Hmm. So, we're on the bubble. Loving the bubble music. Someone's got 0.2 of a big blind on the bubble. And if that card's an 8, then they survive. That's all good. We're still in survival. It's all about survival. Now we can push it. We've only got 10 bigs, but 2 double ups and we're back in a great position. Dead money 8A with the dead man's hand, hey. Against the UTG Open there, if it comes round to me, I'm actually not shipping. I'm going to see the flop. Me and this hand have history. It would either be gold or a brick. We check, get some jack of clubs or a nine of clubs or a king of clubs. We avoid elimination there because the book would say to shove, but it's just not letting us even make a move. Even on the bottom we get this absolute rags. Now we basically need to do an all-in before the next big blind round. We can't just let the big blinds eat us. This is the time to run good. Come on, GG. We're bloody due, man. We're going to be live a lot when we get called, obviously. We're suited, connected. It's about all we can hope for right now. I'm not letting another blind go past and end up with 3 big blinds. Come on, one time, man. Brutally run into kings. Come on, diamond one time, baby. Wow. Not even a chop on that flop. Again, nothing I can do. I'm not letting myself eat away